Hello and welcome to the second day of Motorsport Days live, coming to you from Silverstone, where we are right now inside one of the garages. There's lots going on here today as there was yesterday, and we're going to try and bring you all the best of the action and speak to a lot of different exhibitors as well. If you want to get involved on the hashtag, it's MSD Live. We'd love to hear from you. If you're watching on the stream, that's all good, but if you're here in person, make sure you check out every single garage and speak to every single person that you can. It's day 2 of 2 and it's set to be a good one. You know, it's often been said that I get around, and I'm getting around to Garage 34 now to have a look at another championship, and another championship is the Mini Challenge, and a brilliant one it is too. If you watch British Touring Car, you'll see it on the support package. And to tell us more about it is the Mini Challenge promoter here, Anthony Williams. First of all, Anthony, they are brilliant cars to look at, aren't they, out on track?
Good morning, Bryn. Yes, absolutely. I mean, the Mini is an iconic brand and an iconic look. And over the last 20 or so years since the new Mini's been around, it's just developed, and it's great to look at. And exciting racing, tend to be really on edge, the cars, and yeah, just creates great fun, really.
Tell me a little bit about Mini Challenge then, and the championships that you have.
Yes, we have two classes. We've got the Mini Challenge Trophy, which is based on the original new Mini, the R50 1.6 litre normally aspirated car. Great fun, all about the drafting. Young drivers tend to make a lot of mistakes, get a bit overzealous, as I'm sure some of our viewers would have seen at Thruxton, when they seem to miss the chicane more often than they catch it. And then we've got the JCW class, the top class, 275 horsepower, sequential gearbox, turbocharged cars, little mini touring cars, very difficult to drive, deliberately so. It's really to try and sort the wheat from the chaff and get the absolute best possible drivers getting the good results.
We'll have a proper look at them in just a few moments. We'll take a scan around the cars at the moment. So here are the two different classes really that you have that we can see here. But tell me a bit about the appeal then of the Mini and the Mini Challenge.
Well, I mean, ultimately, the Mini is an iconic brand, so there's definitely a pull that comes from that. People want to drive that British brand, and it's got that go-kart feel that everybody looks for in the driving experience. So there's certainly part of that is a key part of it, but also the close racing, the equality, and the fact that ultimately it's just great fun. As we saw earlier in the year, and at Thruxton, as I mentioned earlier, with the Cooper class, the Mini Challenge Trophy, and then at Brands at the end of the year with the JCWs, fantastic racing, huge drama. Unfortunately, sometimes some big shunts, but that does add ultimately to the spectator appeal, which helps when you're trying to find commercial partners to partner with you to help with the racing budget.
And people who watch British Touring Car, they know full well we quite like the elbows out, don't we? We like it when they start rubbing. I know that it's not great for a championship when you have damaged cars and things, but it's always quite a good spectacle. Now, with 2022 then, and beyond, how are you standing with the Challenge and with the Championship?
Yeah, so we've been now on the TOCA package, 7 rounds with the JCW class, 3 rounds with the Cooper class for the last 2 years. Obviously, COVID somewhat impacted on that, but nevertheless, we still had some great grids, typically 30 cars in each class. We re-signed with TOCA for a 5-year contract. That's never been done before, so we're matching the ITV contract that TOCA have got. Very hopeful that we can continue it even after that. But for 2022, we're looking like we're going to have very strong grids again, extremely large numbers of inquiries, particularly for the Cooper class, because they are so cost effective to race in. I mean, you can do a season in these, even with those 3 TOCA support rounds for 35,000, maybe even a little bit less if you ran yourself. So very good value.
Very much so. Let's have a quick scan. I know we've had a look around with the camera as well, but just talk us through what we're looking at spec-wise with these 2 different cars.
Yeah, so the Cooper class, R50, the original BMW Mini, as I said, 1.6 litre, normally aspirated, 130 horsepower, H-pattern gearbox, very much a road car with a couple of little bits on just to make it manage to race. And it's all about being precise and about making sure you carry the speed, slipstreaming as well. So that's very much this class of car.
That's really good for people who maybe are, say, not familiar with the sequential gearbox or an actual race car setup, because they can go from their road car into this race car.
Yeah, so absolutely right. It's very, very much that. It does run on slick tyres, so it really does give a race car feel, even without those too much in the way of technical changes. But it can be someone who's coming pretty much from track days, or someone who's coming from another race championship, perhaps, that's already been on a treaded tyre series and wants to move on to slicks. So, yeah.
Now, you mentioned 3 rounds that are on the TOCA package. Where else is this going to be meeting, where the race meeting is going to be, circuits, and what sort of support package are you on?
Yeah, so new for 2022 is we're also going to have this class supporting the British Truck Championship for 3 rounds at Pembury, Snetterton, and the Fireworks Night event at Brands Hatch, and then 1 Brit car round as well. All of those 4 will be streamed, so along with the ITV coverage for the 3 rounds, we've got streaming for the 4 rounds. So ultimately, it's going to be incredible coverage for something that's so reasonable budget-wise. So I think someone who's looking to build their commercial partners get some people along to race meetings to get a money can't buy experience behind the scenes. This is going to be a great entry level for that in this coming season. Fantastic entry level, in fact.
Streaming's such a good thing, isn't it? Because it allows you to have that coverage, and it's sort of relatively cheap because you can get it out there to the masses, which is very, very nice. Let's move on then to the big boy. I know we've seen it a few times, and we've mentioned the British Touring Car package as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So now we're looking at the JCW class. This is a 275 horsepower sequential gearbox, slick shod, 3-way adjustable dampers, limited slip differential, so much closer to sort of touring car spec. I mean, ultimately, we pretty much modelled it on an S2000 touring car specification, so that's really where it originally came from in terms of concept. Very difficult to drive, short wheelbase, deliberately making the car quite pointy to minimise the amount of understeer. So it's a really rewarding car to drive when you get it right, but also quite a difficult car when you don't get it right. Everybody that gets into it though enjoys it. It's so rewarding to drive when you're when you do get it right.
What sort of drivers are stepping into this car then to race on this package?
So it's a range of people, but I think the majority would be from the Cooper class. Quite a big step between the two. From series like TCR, where perhaps they've got a great car, but don't necessarily have the exposure that we have being on the TOCA package. And then almost anything else that's out there where people are looking to move from, broadly speaking, paying for it themselves to starting to build their commercial partner base, because the TOCA package simply is, there's just nowhere else like it. When you've got those 30 or 40 or more thousand people there, the ITV4 coverage, there's just nothing else that competes.
Absolutely, it's very, very cool. So if people can't make it here today, Saturday, to Motorsport Days Live, to see these cars, Garage 34, the next best place, I guess, is the website. So what's the website?
Yeah, absolutely. So get in touch with us at minichallenge.co.uk. You can get in touch with myself, and then I'll be able to help you to get testing a car, point you in the right direction with some teams, and help you with any questions that you might have.
Great stuff, Anthony. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bryn. Nice to speak to you.
I've made my way to Garage 31, 32 and 33 to talk 750 Motor Club, and to tell me all about it I've got the communications manager Win Stanley here. Now James, you've got a lot of cars here and a lot going on, so where do we start? Let's start I suppose with what is the 750 Motor Club?
So 750 Motor Club, we've got 23 different series and championships. It's been going since 1939. And we kind of see ourselves as the home of affordable motorsport. You know, no reduction in quality, but we do everything we can to keep circuit racing as affordable as possible. So various different options from tin tops to single seaters, hot hatchbacks, and we brought a selection along here this weekend to MSD.
And what a selection it is. So we start then with Civics. Should we start with Civics? They're pretty cool looking things, aren't they? If we spin around and have a look at them, tell us a bit about the Civic and the championship.
So the Type R Trophy Championship, it's been going for a few years now. Last year was its first season as a championship, and we had some great numbers, grids in the 30s, and we recently launched something called a foundation program, which was a package where we included a fully built race car, your club membership, registration fees, all your entry fees for the season, transponder hire, pre-season track day, and kind of the option if you're a novice to pay a bit extra for the ARDS test and your race license and all your kit. And we had a lot of 15 drivers that signed up for that, so that really bumped the grid up last year, brought in a whole of new influx of people to 750 Motor Club, and it's given the championship a boost and made it really kind of one of the most exciting, one class, one make Honda Civic championships, and really good kind of stock hatch style racing.
It's great, isn't it? If you're new to racing and actually want a proper entry, you get the whole lot with you guys. You can deal with the whole thing. But it's not just Civics. We've also got the Clio to our left of the camera's right at the moment.
Yeah, so the Clio, so we've had a 182 championship for 6 years, been running now, and we had some big news yesterday. We announced that for 2022 we're introducing the 197 chassis into the Clio Sport Championship, so the two will run alongside. They both have their own separate championships, but either car will be able to win the title overall, so it's not meant as a replacement or an upgrade, it's just a different option. Some people prefer it. The 182s aren't quite as numerous as they were as donor cars, and excited to have this new option. We've had it out testing all year, confident in the pace of it being very similar over the course of a season, different conditions and different circuits to kind of match the 182s, and we're doing a similar thing with this with our technical partners K-Tech Racing. We're going to just have a limited number of the same foundation program packages, fully built car, all your kind of fees for the year, and excited to see that join the grids throughout 2022.
Excellent. What sort of people are signing up for this championship? What standard of driver, what level of racing are we talking?
It's broadly the same as most of the formulae that we run, is that we will have a real kind of mixed bag, whether it's complete novices, people come from track days, people come from autograss, sim racers, or people that have been racing for 10, 20 years and just fancy doing something different, or they like Clios and thought quite want to do like a one-make championship for Clios, or they could have come from something completely different. It's generally the same, and people come from all different avenues.
Lovely, lovely, and different avenues, different cars, and we also have Toyotas here with the MR2s.
Yes, we've got Rogue Motorsports hire cars, both a Mark II and a Mark III model, so it's a very competitive championship that's been running with 750 Motor Club for I think it's 12, 13 years now. Very close racing, very big grids, very cost effective, limited spec, produces some fantastic racing. The Mark III model won the championship this year. It was very close between two very quick drivers, but very approachable for novices. Affordable ride and drive options, affordable cars, and not huge running costs either.
And they look great too. They do look good on track. And then we move on to, we actually got quite a lot of BMWs around here, but if we start with the 1 Series. Yeah,
so the 116 Trophy, going for a few years now, but really kind of came into its own in 2021 season. Big grids, 30 plus cars, and it's revolves around 90 minutes endurance races. So there's 2 mandatory pit stops. So you can either do it solo, or 2 drivers, or 3 drivers, share the cost of the car. It's one of the best ways to get that budget down is if you're sharing the cost of the car and the entry fees with other drivers. And yes, we've got 40/40 Racing doing some passenger laps and test drives for newcomers. And again, in this formula, we've got people that have been racing for many years who want to do longer races, try some endurance, and we've got a lot of novices that come in And yeah, very simple cars to build, not a lot to it. There's even a couple of people that drive them to and from every race meeting, do 90 minutes and drive them home again. So it's a good road car based formula that produces some excellent endurance racing.
Great stuff, and you see the price on the side as well. It's very affordable too, really. So that's very ideal. And if we swing around again, we're going to carry on in the garage and have a look because there are so many cars to see in these 3 garages. Let's move on to the other BMW at the front here. I can say the other BMW. There's another one to my right as well. We start off.
Yeah, so these are here representing our BMW Car Club Racing Championship. So it's a multi-class championship, like the BMW Cup, which is the E46 Compact, a very affordable way in. Donor cars quite cheap, you can hire them. There's a good bunch of those that are out that have some great racing. And then this is representing the M1 class. So there's for modified M cars. There's also an M2 class for cars with fewer modifications, a bit more cost effective, and then 6-cylinder class. So basically all different BMW models, one big grid, some great racing, and generally if you've got a BMW, it will fit into one of them.
What size grids are we talking when we say big grids then?
Well, it's generally up and towards the circuit capacity at most circuits, so 30 to 45, that sort of numbers.
Very cool. And then we'll spin round to low cost, I think, as well, before we head back up and down one more time. So we go low cost, and these are sort of the kit car Caterham-esque looking machinery.
Yeah, it's kind of one of the stalwarts of Club Motorsport, really. It's been a very successful formula for 750 Motor Club for a long time. They don't have a lot of power, and they're not very aerodynamic, which means that the slipstream effect is huge, and it's some of the best racing really you'll see in club level motorsport. Incredibly cost effective in terms of running costs. You can be competitive. People win championships and they've had the same tyres on for more than a season. Engines need a little bit of TLC these days, but overall as a package, it's one of the most affordable ways to go into circuit racing, which is obviously where the name originally came from. But then, as of a couple of years ago, we had the Mazda 7 option, so it's converted low cost. It uses a Mazda MX-5 Mark 2.5 VVT engine, so a bit quicker, a bit less TLC required than the older Crossflow. It's restricted, got a control part set, a locked ECU, and a stricter plate, so a little bit more power. It runs on stickier tyres, so a bit quicker than the low-cost spec. You add a few different kind of body modifications, like the solid tonneau, so they look a little bit different, a bit quicker, but it's the same kind of effect. Very cost-effective, very close racing, and easy to get into.
What's the engine in the low cost?
So it's a Ford Crossflow, it's 1.3. Small
okay.
engine.
Very lightweight, so they're pretty nippy.
Yes, yeah. So these got kind of 90 to 100, and these are kind of on 140 horsepower, something like that. But not a huge amount of power, but not a very heavy car either.
It feels it though when you're in them, I bet. Should we move on then as well, because we've got the open wheels to come. Before we get to the open wheels, we have another slightly different bit of machinery. What I like about the 750 Motor Club is it depends what you're interested in, so what you can race, because you'll cover so many different bases.
Yeah, so we often see when people come in, they might go from one to the other, or they might have kind of a route of tin tops they want to take, or a route of sports cars. So they might start at low cost, but move up to Mazda 7s, and then this guy is representing our Bike Sports Championship. It's a Mattel central seat sports racing car. We also have Sports 1000, which is a sealed, standard 1 litre bike engines, and then 750 Formula, which has been going since the start of 750 Motor Club. So 3 different kind of sports racing car formulae. Obviously these very quick, kind of top end in terms of pace of different formulae that we run. And it's another kind of good example of the 750 Motor Club kind of ingenuity, because it's a family team. They've built cars that won Low-Cost Championship, built cars that won Sports 1000 Championship, and this is the class championship in the bike sports as well.
I don't want to get too into the costs, because costs are always variable. But what is a good budget that you'd need to run a season? Say before we get to the F1000s on something like. Should we stay with the one we're looking at right now?
It's quite an open-ended question. I mean, obviously the entry fees are a significant part of any championship. Generally, in terms of all the different formulas we run, if you're doing, say, 2 15-minute races in the weekend, it's the same whether you're doing it in this or this or this. It's per minute of track time. So if it was like 2 15-minute races and a 15-minute qualifying, typically 750 Motor Club entry fees, depends on the circuit, but between something like 260 and 360 for that entry fee. So that's kind of your main chunk. And then the other running costs, things like, say, low cost, a year on a set of tyres is easy, whereas bike sports and F1000, the kind of the 2 formula we run on slicks, so that does bump up the budget a bit. But some use second-hand slicks, some other teams from higher level formulae and second-hand slicks. But we do what we can to kind of limit the cost control. So we have a lot of power to weight formulae. We've invested in our own mobile rolling roads. It's a much kind of fairer way of doing it than having like a capacity class. It's cars are available from sort of £4,000 for perhaps a low cost or a hot hatch, something like that, up to kind of £20,000, £25,000 is kind of the upper end.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? Because you do cater for so many people, depending on the budgets, and people sometimes are put off by the cost of motorsport. So it's nice that there are options that are open to everybody. And we'll finish off with a bit of noise that's going on behind us. That's the F1000. Tell us about these.
Yeah, so F1000, really exciting single-season championship. We have two single-season championships with 750. We've got Formula V, which is on treaded tyres, no wings, and then F1000 is our slicks and wings formula. And joined us a few years ago, and we've got some good grids over the last couple of years. It's a very exciting formula to watch. The cars sound great, bike engines, sequential gearboxes, but not vastly different budgets. Yes, they're on slicks, but entry fees are very cost effective, and in terms of the pace for the money, you can't really beat it. I mean, these cars hold the outright car lap record at Cadwell Park, for example.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so to see them in action is quite sensational.
I bet. And so talking about seeing these cars in action as well, 2022, what's your calendar looking like?
It's we will be announcing it in the next couple of weeks. It's going to be a busy season for us, with all the championships back in action. We will be going to all different circuits around the country at least once. We normally come to Silverstone 3 times, both layouts, and we have the Burkitt at the end of the year, which is a 6-hour relay on the full GP circuit. It's going to be a very, very, very busy season for us, but all UK circuits.
Fantastic. Now, if people can't come to your garages 31, 32, 33 here at Silverstone under the wing for Motorsport Days Live today, the final day, if they can't come here, where can they go to find out everything about the championship, 750 Motor Club?
So come to our website, 750mc.co.uk. So we've all formally laid out on there all the information you kind of need. You can see, for everything, the photos, results, lap record, regulations. It's all kind of there to see and look back on previous years. Normally we say come along to a race meeting if you're looking kind of into the future. Come along next year, ask some questions, find out more. But just pick up the phone, speak to us in the office. We're a relatively small team at 750, so it's the same people you're dealing with over the phone as you'll see at the race meetings. No such thing as a daft question. If you're a novice looking to get involved, bring up, have a chat, and we can happily guide you through whether you've been racing for 30 years and looking for that next step, or whether you've done a few track days and really want to get involved and don't know what to do next. We're here and happy to help.
Great stuff, James. Thank you very much indeed. Do go and check them out. They've got so many different options. If you're here, have a look at them. If not, go onto the website. Well, Radicals are a name we don't really need to talk too much about because everybody knows who they are. But to find out more, because they're here at the show, I've got the regional sales manager, Dominic Lee. First of all, Dominic, beautiful cars that they are. Tell us a bit about Radicals and the history.
So we're coming up for our 25th birthday next season. It's been a continuous journey for us in terms of brand building, not only in the UK, but now globally. So we've now got a dealer network of 31 dealers across all continents, really.
What's been the drive to this huge success that we've seen from Radicals in more recent years?
It's about bringing massive performance to the everyday clubman racer, I guess. The cars perform fantastically for the money that you pay for them, and they're also very simple to drive and really easy to maintain.
Well, we know about the high downforce that they generate as well. Let's just talk through some of the models that we have here. There are 3 models really on display. Should we start with the more entry level, I say with inverted commas?
Yeah, so this car that we're looking at now is the SR1. That's the entry level into, as you say, into the Radical world. Hayabusa powered, 180 horsepower, nice and light at 490 kilos, but that'll lap Silverstone GP at similar pace to a modern GT4 race car.
It's phenomenal, isn't it? Who is buying these cars? Who's racing these cars, driving them?
So particularly with SR1, it's almost a 50-50 split from guys coming from Caterham, Ginetta. More recently, we've got a couple of young lads who are moving through from the kart ranks, who are proving very quick actually. But such is the ease of the drive in the SR1, we've also got a lot of novice drivers who've never raced before, wanted to get into motorsport, and we can kind of hold their hand through that whole process.
Lovely, and then we'll move on to the SR3 with the name Peter Tyler on the side just there. Striking as this car is, tell me a bit about it.
So SR3 is almost our premier car. We've built over 1,400 of these through our history. Very well developed, launched in 2003, and this is the latest iteration, the XX. So typically guys will move over from SR1, they'll learn their trade and learn how to drive a downforce car, and then they'll move into the SR3. So lap record round Silverstone GP, just for a benchmark, 2 minutes 2. Again, 1500cc, Hayabusa power, huge downforce, huge mechanical grip, but again, very, very easy to drive and get the most out of.
What is part of this Radical success story then that we've seen, as we say, that 25 years next year? We've got one more car to bring you, by the way, but it's been such a success story in the last 25 years, but it's really sort of shot up in the last probably 4 or 5.
I think it's just being out there and giving the customers and the drivers what they want, Very rare for somebody to get into a Radical, drive it, not like it, not get on with it. So kind of, it's bums on seats really. Get to the track days, get to the test days, show people what we're all about, and they don't go home disappointed.
And of course here, people can get to sample the cars themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, we've got a great team here. We're running SR1 and SR10 out on the circuit, so do get in touch if you fancy it.
Fantastic. Now I mentioned one more to look at. Let's swing around and have a look. It's the road-going version, but there is a race version out on the other side of the garage.
Yeah, correct. So this is Rapture, which we launched at Goodwood Festival of Speed in 2019. Again, a fantastic car, bringing everything that's wild about the Radical away from the circuit in a road legal package. So great to drive on the road, fantastic road holding, a great experience, been open top as well.
And then stick it on a track with some slicks and you're away to go.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it has exactly the same high downforce bodywork that the race car does. It's definitely a thrill a minute. The key point with the Rapture and the SR10 is that we move away from Hayabusa engines. These both powered by the 2.3 Ford EcoBoost, again in-house developed by Radical. Rapture's 360 horsepower and the SR10 is 425.
Okay, good numbers, good numbers. So if people can't make it to Garage 29 to see you guys and they want to have a look online, what's the website?
It's www.radicalsportscars.com. Nice and easy.
Nice and easy. Dominic, thank you very much.
No problem, thank you.
Back in the garage where it's all cold, finding out about the Brit car and the new British Endurance Championship. To tell us more, I've got the MD of Brit car and more. Great to have you here. Great to see your array of cars too. First of all, for anyone who doesn't know, I'm not sure how anybody could not know, but what is Brit car?
Brit car is all about endurance racing it, making it value for money. Brit car's been going about 20 years by a previous gentleman called James Tucker, but myself and a group of family members took over the business about 6 years ago and tried to bring Brit car endurance racing back to the market that's out there.
Now it's phenomenally popular. It's a really, really popular sort of overarching championship and category. Who is it appealing to mainly?
Mainly the club motorsport people that want value for money. We're going to talk about the championships in a moment, but the main one just behind me here is the Trophy Championship, focusing on people that want to do it in production cars, going from Clios, Seats and things like that. So 2 50-minute races on a one-day meeting basis has just gone down so well, and it's our second year of running this championship.
Wow, okay, so I mean we know this got huge appeal, but it is the fact that you have options as well. And also live streaming. We see live streaming so much, we're doing it right now, but live streaming to the masses so people can watch it.
Yeah, absolutely. Live streaming has gone down so well this season. We also offer hospitality included, but the live streaming helps all their sponsors, lets all their family and friends with the COVID who can't attend are all loving watching their friends and family watch their races. It's been really, really well received.
You mentioned the C word there. Now, we haven't really mentioned the C word over the last couple of days, but COVID has been a big part of it. Over the last 18 months, it's been such a tough time, hasn't it? How has Brit car managed to get through, and how are you coping in the aftermath of COVID?
Yeah, when COVID obviously came through last year, it was a real shock to everyone's system. We had to actually stop some events, but we went from 7 rounds down to 5. We had to be very strict, no hospitality, masks, etc. Followed all the guidelines that the MS UK offered or advised, but our numbers just increased. People could not go on holiday, so we benefited, and so probably many of the other championships did as well, but we're hopefully back to a bit more normality now.
Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. Now, for next year, we're going to move on because we've seen the Brit cars, which we're so used to, and we know what Brit car is, but this one is all new, the British Endurance Championship. I can't say Brit car, British Endurance Championship.
Yeah, very new for 2022. We have launched the British Endurance Championship. So back down to endurance racing, so 2-hour races, or at Snetterton we got a 3-hour race. So it is just phenomenally, it's been received so well. We launched it about 2 weeks ago. MS UK support, so we are now a British Championship for 2022. Very pleased with it.
Fantastic. What are the sign-ups? What numbers are we looking at the moment for grids for next year?
Well, I feel we're going to be pretty full grids, but at the moment, unfortunately, the circuits have not announced their prices to me, so I can't announce what the entry fee is, but TV coverage, hospitality, live streaming, you name it, it's back to what we should be doing. Longer races, 2-hour races is what everyone wants to do.
And it's also great because the machinery that people are going to see, things like this McLaren here, when we know about GT racing, we know how exciting it is to see them out on track, to listen to them as well. It's a proper visceral experience.
Absolutely. GT3 cars, Lamborghinis, we've had so many genuine inquiries in the last couple of weeks, so I'm really pretty confident that we'll get some really good grids.
Oh, I hope so too. So if people can't come here, it's a garage 16. I never know where I am. Garage 16. If people can't make it to garage 16 here at Silverstone today, and they want to find out more about Brit car and the British Endurance Championship, where can they go?
Well, we got 2 websites. So for this championship, and we also look after the Praga Championship as one of our categories.
Which looks fantastic.
Oh, phenomenal. They're going to have an amazing season as well. It's www.britcar-endurance.com to run the Trophy Championship, but we've launched a new website, which is the british-endurance.com website just for the Endurance Championship.
Fantastic stuff. So do get having a look online if you're not here at the event today. And if you are here today, Garage 16, speak to Claire and the team and check out the cars too. It's going to be really exciting. And it's great to have another addition to GT racing that's out there for people who want to race it.
I'd like to also add one more thing. My dream is to bring the 24-hour back to the UK. 5-year goal, so let's keep my fingers crossed that we'll have the support, but I'd like to bring it back in, as I say, about 5 years' time.
Hallelujah.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Claire. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, it's not all about physical car racing here at Motorsport Days Live. Oh no, because there's virtual reality racing too, and the Virtual Reality Racing Club are here. And Rich Hayden, the guy who really created it, is here as well to tell us a little bit more. So to start with, virtual reality sim racing, should we say to start with? Sim racing has seen this huge growth over the last few years.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, it was coming on strong before COVID came along, but when COVID came along, a lot of race drivers couldn't get out on track, and so sim racing's gone on 3 or 4 years in 1 year during COVID, so it's really coming on big time. The technology as well is coming on hugely, so becoming more realistic.
And it's totally different from that old mindset where people would sit there with their PlayStation controllers and stuff to these physical rigs you have. They are very, very impressive. And you as a company, you build these too.
Absolutely, yeah. So we manufacture the chassis, we manufacture the sim seats as well. We do full builds for customers, and be able to build a simulator that is as realistic as possible. As you can see on these sims here, you know, we've got 49-inch AOC ultra-wide displays, OBP hydraulic pedals, SimuCube Pro steering wheel, so everything's as realistic as we can make it.
And that allows the driver to be able to set their pedals up as they would have in their car as well.
Absolutely, yeah. The pedals are an actual pedal set from a race car, just with a master cylinder, slave cylinder, and rather than going to a set of pads and a disc, we have a pressure sensor in there that allows us to modulate the brake pedal as you would do in real life.
Now we are in the garage, it's very noisy, we've got people revving their cars around here too, but these have got sounds of their own but built into a headset.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, it helps us, the drivers. We've got high-end headset here that allows the drivers to get fully immersed into it. As you can see as well, we've got an engineer telemetry station in the middle, which has got telemetry reading from both of the sims, so we record all of that telemetry, and it helps us develop a driver's skills. The racecraft shows us where they're going quick and where they can improve their times as well.
That's very, very useful, isn't it, as well? But on top of that, you also have the truck, don't you? The truck is something that you're taking to events.
Yes, absolutely. So within the truck, we've got 3 simulators. They're all linked together, again with full data and telemetry on them. And as you can see, the sim at this end has actually got full motion on it as well. So you've got traction loss, you've got surge, and you've got dip, yaw, roll as well on the sim. So it gives an added element to the immersion for the drivers too.
Which is fantastic. It's a great tool for drivers to learn. It's a great tool for drivers to get out and test on circuits when they have limited testing time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Also cheaper as well to go out in a virtual car as opposed to a physical car with no danger of bending it off into a wall. But there's also driver training, and you've got this new centre.
Absolutely, yes. So we have just joined forces with MotorSwan, which are based at Silverstone. So we have now have a driver training centre based at MotorSwan. There's a gym there. We've got a nutritionist. We've got a physical trainer, and obviously we've got these 2 simulators here with the data and the telemetry. So everything a driver needs to prepare themselves for the new season, or practice within season as well.
Now, what about competition then? And because we're seeing so many different competitions when it comes to sim racing, and you run your own too.
Yeah, so we run online championships. So we run the official mini challenge, the Real World Race Series. We run their E-Series. We're also running TCR UK Race Series next year as well as Civic Cup as well. So we're going to be supporting those race series with the sim truck in the real world, but also with the E-Series and the championships online.
Sounds fantastic. And you are here at Motorsport Days Live in Garage 7, but if anybody can't come to the garage to see you guys and have a little chat, there is a website, and we were talking about the fact you've had to sort of work around this abbreviation, but what is the website?
So our company name is Virtual Reality Racing Club, so it's virtualrealityracingclub.com. Everything's on the website, and there's obviously a contact form on there as well. But by all means, if you're here today, come and see us at Garage 7.
Great stuff, thank you.
Thank you very much, guys.
Well, I am now here in garage number 17 to find out more about one of the other car clubs that's here, and it's the Classic Sports Car Club. Brilliant cars out on track at the moment as well. And to tell us more, I've got a lady who works for the club itself. I've got Hannah Gardin. Now, it's great to have you here. Tell us a bit about the Classic Sports Car Club as a whole.
Yeah, so Classic Sports Car Club, we started back in 2001. We actually started running our own race meetings in 2003, and we cater for all cars of all ages. So we start from pre-1965 classic stuff all the way up to present day. So we've grown as as time has, and yeah, we can cater for just about anything. We can probably fit you in.
I'm just looking over your shoulder, and we're looking at Classic Sports Car. They're actually quite modern classics, aren't they, over your shoulder on these images? But as you say, going back to pre-1960s, which is fantastic.
Yeah, so we do. The classic series are really popular, especially our swinging 60s series. So I think the show here today is more modern, as you can see from what we've got in the garage. But the classic stuff is still a hugely popular for us. So.
Who are you really appealing to with it? Because you've got so many different race series.
We are, yeah. So we appeal to a huge variety of people. We've got, like I said, the classics is really popular, but people of all ages. Yeah, so whatever car they've got, whether they prefer classics or moderns, we can pretty much fit you in somewhere. So, and we've got racers with us that have raced with us for years and years. So a variety of ages there as well. So yeah, new and existing members are always welcome.
And what sort of standard? Are we talking about people who are really experienced, or do you have almost beginners, scratch drivers?
Yeah, again, both. So we have new members that come to us having never raced before, no racing background at all. So they start with us, and then all the way up to the people that, again, really experienced. We have some pro drivers occasionally will dip in for a drive with somebody else. So yeah, a real wide variety there.
Fantastic stuff. Now, we're not going to walk around all the different cars in the garage because there are just too many options really when it comes to the Classic Sports Car Club, but you have also released your 2022 calendar.
We have, yeah. So we released that yesterday, just in time for the show. So we've got 10 dates of our own there that we'll be taking most series to every round. So we go to most of the normal circuits. We've got an Anglesey back in there again, which we went to this year.
I love Anglesey. Get some fish and chips when you're there always, but it's a great circuit, isn't it?
It's a brilliant circuit, yeah. A bit windy and a bit cold, but the views when you're going around the circuit are just spectacular. So if you've got the opportunity to go, I'd recommend definitely going. We're going back to Spa this year. Obviously, we've had a 2-year break due to COVID, so we'll be going back there, next year, 2022. But I think the highlight, it's not actually on our 2022 calendar, it's for 2023, but we're going to take the club back to Daytona in the USA. So.
Which is amazing. That's November 2023, and the reason is you've got an anniversary coming up.
We are, yeah. So it's the club's 20th anniversary in 2023. So we wanted something to mark that. So I think that's a really special event. We've put it on the calendar early just to give people enough time to prepare. But yeah, that's going to be spectacular.
Fantastic stuff. Look, we could chat for hours, but we don't have that much time, unfortunately. So if people can't come down to the garage in person, if they're not here today at Motorsport Days Live, where's the next best thing? Where can they go?
So jump onto our website, which is www.classicsportscarclub.co.uk. All our contact details are on there, but do give us a call. We're very helpful and friendly in the office, so we can answer any questions. And we'll also be running a couple of track days in February for existing and new members, so that's a perfect opportunity to come down and talk to us in person.
Great stuff, Hannah. Thank you very much.
No problem. Thank you. Thanks.
Yes, you can look at that and you can drool, and you'd be quite right, because we have Elemental cars here, and you can see this beast behind me, a development car. And to find out more really about Elemental cars, if you've never heard of them before, I've got Jeremy here, Jeremy Kerno. Now you are going to tell us all about, this is a very tricky topic, all about Elemental cars. So start off with, who are you?
Elemental Cars was formed in 2012. We started off slowly. We presented our first cars at Goodwood in 2016. And since then, we've been just growing slowly. We've got a core base of customers, and we've just been evolving on. The key thing about Elemental is lightweight, security, and aerodynamics. And you can see from the boards here, the aerodynamics on this car are in F1 world. You've got a feet-up driving position. You've got a perfectly balanced car built around a carbon occupant tub, supremely safe, only 640 kilos, really light, really powerful. This engine here this is our development car. This is the next generation. This engine is the Mustang HO from Ford EcoBoost, and putting out 375 horsepower. So in a car that's only just over 600 kilos, we're looking at 0 to 60 in 2.7, 2.5.
But with figures like that, how hard is it to handle, to drive, to really feel in control of? Because I'd imagine something that develops that much power could suddenly get away from you if you're not experienced.
It is beautifully balanced. All of the press that have driven it have agreed. It's not going to step out and lose you. You know, you're not going to spin in it. It'll step out. If you can drive, it'll step out. You can bring it back in. You can take the corner. It's just beautifully handled. The center of gravity is round about your hips. So the car moves around you. And, you know, I'm not a driver myself. I love to have a drive, but I'm not a driver. And the drivers that drive it, they love it because of the feet-up position, because of the aero, because of the handling.
So who is the core customer base then for something like the Elemental cars?
The core customer is somebody who's serious about their cars, about their technology, and about applying F1 high-end motorsport technology to what is basically a road-legal car.
It looks absolutely stunning. I'm going to speak to Guy in a second. Thanks very much, Jeremy. Let's go and speak to Guy, who's over here. Now, Guy, should we wander into the garage and tell us a little bit about these cars, because I know that you've got a slightly different angle to Jeremy on these.
Yeah, I've come out of a car design background. Actually, not styling is a bad word for it. I'm concerned with how these vehicles look, how they appear, but also how you interact with them, how you sit in them. All of these sorts of things, because it's, you know, you've got great bits of engineering, but if it doesn't look right, it's not really going to engage. You only got half the story. So my role here is actually try and make these things look as good as humanly possible.
Well, let's have a look at them, shall we? So we've seen one with the, well, kind of naked, really. Let's have a look at one with its costume on, shall we? So tell us what we're looking at.
Well, what you're looking at is a, 21st century high-performance racing machine. We designed them for road and track. I mean, the kind of thing we were looking for is it's got to look amazing on the road, it's got to look amazing at speed, but if you take it to, say, the pub and you park it outside, it's got to look the part. It's got to be the kind of thing that just attracts attention. So the whole thing is trying to look dynamic and aggressive and pure and flowing form, but also showing, we've got a carbon fibre tub at the heart of the car, so we're trying to expose that and make that a feature. And then, create the body shell front and rear that actually kind of stretches off that and shows some of the form of the car. Also, with the car, we've got the aerodynamics, so we're trying to really draw attention to that at the back of the car with a huge diffuser, but also at the front, we've got a front diffuser, so we're showing the exit points of that. And the whole thing is just trying to just express the incredible engineering of these things.
What you've managed to do, and it's such an aggressive looking car from the front end. I mean, it's so beautiful from the front. And if I get Piers to have a look at it now, the very front end of this car, you can just see how aggressive it is in its stance. But what I really think about it is not only does it look so low slung and planted, but you've managed to create something that looks like it's moving when it's standing still.
Absolutely, and that's that's one of the challenges of trying to make these things look good. It's very, very easy just to follow a pure engineering aesthetic and just go, right, well, if it works, it looks good. But I try and take what the guys are doing and actually go, no, it's got to look the part. It's got to look like it's moving at 150 miles an hour when it's sitting still. So it's just taking all of these kind of lines of his flow points, and even on this one where we kind of started to put the graphics on it and just work with everything. So you're actually looking at something and going, wow, that's amazing, I want to have a go.
Absolutely, I do want to have a go actually. So it's a car for the road, also for the track as well. It appeals to a very great many people, and you're here showing the car off. This amazing event really. But also, what's the response been from the public or for the people that have seen this car for the first time?
They're usually going, wow. We've been showing it to people this morning and going, look, this is, what do you think? And they're just stunned. But also, they tend to be interested because we've got a different seating position in the car. We've got these carbon fibre seats. We've got a Formula One style feet up driving position. And everyone looks at that and goes, well, surely that's uncomfortable. And it's actually quite the opposite. It's very natural. You're sitting very reclined, you're sitting very low, which again makes, when you're driving the car, in the car, it feels really incredible. So that's both on road and track. But also, you know, I went out with one of our test drivers this morning on the track. It feels safe, it feels secure. And again, that's really important. If you don't feel safe, if you don't feel secure, if you don't feel like the car is going to actually protect you, you're not going to push. You're going to be scared, and it's quite the opposite. It feels like you're having a really, really exciting time driving it and being a passenger in it, but it feels like it's going to look after you. That again is a really important thing on road and on track, because if you don't trust it, you're not going to push it.
Well, I think it's absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much for showing it to us. We're going to take a little wander around here. Thanks, Guy. We're going to go over here again, just to kind of finish up amongst them. You can see inside as well, as they're talking about the carbon fibre seats, and you can see that real F1 reclined seating position. It really is very, very cool. If you want to find out more, you can come to the garage itself, and you can see the cars, or you can go to elementalcars.com, and I'm tempted to buy one. I need to find out some more though. What I will say is if you're planning on going to the shops, make sure you take a hat and some goggles and don't smile, because you might be filled with flies in your teeth by the time you get there. Do you know what? I love rummaging through a garage, and unfortunately mine has not got many tools in it, but I've come to an area here at Motorsport Days Live where I can really fill up my garage with the greatest tools on the planet from Draper Tools. And to tell us more, I've got Dean Leslie here. Now, Dean, we all know, I think, who Draper Tools are, but give us a sort of that backstory.
Well, I mean, Draper Tools have been around for 102 years now. It's a family-run business. It's fourth generation, so, you know, we're in the fourth generation of family, and it really is a family business. You know, I can go and talk to my boss, the owner of the business, just like I'm talking to you now. You know, they're helpful, they're really there for the employees as well as, obviously, their customers. You know, they like to get involved. You know, they're out on track a few times themselves as well, so it's really good. And we've brought a range here to show off.
So it's great, isn't it, that the people who are making the tools are also kind of into motorsport as well, because it gives you that extra element.
And it makes it easier for us as well when we want to say, oh, could we actually attend this show because it's motorsport. It's kind of like, oh yeah, okay, yeah, we can see the benefits of that. So yeah, it helps us out as well, do what we want to do. So
perfect. So let's have a look at some of the range then. So we could skate over maybe torque wrenches and stuff, but they're all here if we wander down a little bit.
We've got the Shop Blaster. That's a newer product that we brought out. Great little handy, you know, for you guys who are doing your wheels, refurbishing your wheels, or just sort of want to clear off a few panels. Brilliant little bit of kit. We then got our battery chargers. And if you move on down the line, we've got our lovely indestructible torches with the two new additions to the family. Lovely little slim torches here. I won't turn it on because I know it will affect your camera.
Blinding for us.
Blinding for you all.
And they're magnetic as well, which is always really cool.
Magnetic as well, really great, durable torches. They are really nice additions to the range. Then we brought out a new under bonnet lamp here. Lovely, lovely bit of kit this is, really nice. You've got the extensions on the side there. So you can extend it out, put it on your bonnet, you can move it around, it rotates as well.
Now we definitely can't turn that on because that is so bright. In fact, someone like me who I would never use it for the right reason, I just pretend it's a lightsaber because that's how childish I am.
Pretty much, yeah, pretty much. I mean, yeah, my kids like to get it out the back of the van at night time and attend their Star Wars, so.
Of course.
And then we brought out this new wireless range of charging. So that's your charging station there. You can also put your phone in there as well, keep that charged, and we're building that range up as well. So you've got your head torch, your hand torch, your mini floodlight there as well with your charging pads.
That's really cool.
And then also what we've done is we brought out 26 new welders and 3 new plasma cutters, so we're covering the whole range of welding with new digital technology inside, so you can really dial down and get that unique weld, precise welding. And we're actually covering for everybody, you know, from the guy who wants to be in the shed and do a little bit of work on the side to your professional motorsport builder who wants to do alloy welding, AC/DC machines. It really is, at the moment, one of the best ranges out there.
You sold that to me already, but before that, and now as someone who's moving house in January, right, I'm getting with this a garage for myself. One thing I do need is cabinets, and you've got those.
This is a new to range to us as well. We've just started to launch it. It is going to be the base range of a bigger storage centre. So the next one that we'll bring out will be even bigger and better than this. This is like your basic range, ideal for people, you know, like we're seeing here today with their cars. Take it home, fix it in their garage. They can, you know, you can fit everything in there.
And I like it. Storage solution for your home race pits, man cave. That sounds ideal.
Have it in your kitchen, why not?
Why not? That would never be allowed, and you know it. If people want to find out more, I know that they can either come here to the show and come to you in the garage.
DraperTools.co.uk, anything you need is on there. We're on social media, across all the channels. You'll find loads of information that we've had on there across the weekend. Come link us up.
Great stuff, thanks Dean.
No problem, thank you.
Well, we've heard of M Sport, but what about MSRT? To tell us more, I've got the marketing manager of MSRT, Gil Nascimento, here, and your range of more road-related machinery, I'm going to call it here, because there's a truck and there's a van. Tell us a bit about MSRT.
So we're a manufacturer of Ford commercial vehicles. We build sporty vehicles for Ford, including the Ranger, the Custom and the Connect. We've been doing it for about 6 years now. We've just launched this year the new Ranger, new to us. And yeah, it's a growing partnership with Ford, and it's going extremely well, really.
Well, let's have a look at the Ranger then, because you say it's all about taking a road car and giving it a little edge, really. And a Ranger, when we say road car, it's a bit of a beast to start with, isn't it?
It is, exactly. So on the Ranger, we add extra parts. We've changed the front bumper with the grille. We've added an extended wheel arch, 20-inch Aussie Racing alloy wheels, which is the largest Ford has ever fitted to a commercial vehicle from factory. We've changed the interior, so we've added MSRT seats to it. And then to the rear, we have extended rear arches and a redesigned rear bumper.
Wow, okay, so it's really adding that little excrement of finesse to a truck.
Absolutely, it's adding that, that sportiness to a commercial vehicle, which you don't tend to see. So that's all we're about, is being bold and standing out on the road, really.
Absolutely. As somebody who spends quite a bit of his time in the deep south in Alabama, as I do, you get to see quite big trucks. And when you see a Ranger in this country, they look quite big. But then you compare it to American trucks, they're pretty small, bizarrely, aren't they? But they do look very, very cool. Yeah. If we swing it around then to this striking blue Custom, tell us about this Transit Custom.
Yeah, so the Transit Custom is our best seller. We do quite a bit to it when we compare to the standard Ford Transit. So we add a new redesigned front bumper with a new grille. It's a sport splitter, Aussie Racing 18-inch alloy wheels. You have side sills, redesigned rear bumper with the rear diffuser. And then on the interior, we changed the seats to a Napa leather and suede, and a sports steering wheel as well.
Very nice. Now, we were here at what is predominantly a racing event, really, with drivers and with teams and exhibitors galore. You guys here, as a road-going enterprise, really, who is the customer base for these sorts of things?
So customer base would be race teams using these vehicles as a support vehicle to tow their race cars, and to use it as a private vehicle as well for themselves. We also have, our standard customer target market would be trades, so plumbers, electricians, using these vehicles as a commercial vehicle for their work, and they buy these because they want to stand out on the road. They want to be slightly different from the competition and just want something a bit bold on the road.
And travel with a bit of comfort too. Exactly. Also, you showed us a little trick this has with the V8 engine sound.
Absolutely. So this has an aftermarket exhaust box, sound box fitted to it called the Maxhaust. So you can fit that post-registration, and it sounds like a V8, which is absolutely incredible. I
think I might put that on my diesel BMW that I'm currently travelling around as well. Gil, it's been an absolute pleasure. If people want to find out more about this range, where can they go?
They can go to our website, ms-rt.com, or visit any Ford Transit centres around the UK.
Perfect. Or if you are here at the show, make sure you come down to Garage. I'm going to say 38. I think that's where you are. 38. 39. There you go. Come to Garage 39. Come to 38 and you will see it. There's no doubt. Yeah. Gil, thank you very much.
Thanks very much for the help. Cheers.
Well, I've come inside where it's now lovely and warm, so if you're here inside, you'll know just how warm it is, lucky things. And I've come to talk to a couple of people about Mardi Gras Motorsport. Now, tell me a little bit, Mandy, about who Mardi Gras Motorsport are.
Okay, so Mardi Gras Motorsport are a supplier of performance parts. We supply for Fast Road all the way up to WEC. We are one of the main Helix clutch distributors in the UK. We also supply AP, we do performance friction race pads, oils, so anything you need to get you on track. So that's what we're here for.
How did the company come about and how long have you been going for?
So the company was formed in the late 80s. The name came about, so Martin, Dick and Graham, so that's the Mardi Gras. Right. It was also formed on a Tuesday, and they used to race fiestas to start with, so the whole Mardi Gras theme sort of all tied together. So they started out racing saloon cars with a minimum parts team, and then they graduated with the racing into touring cars, Renault Clios, previously to that Spiders with Jason Plato and Andy Prio. But then alongside that, the parts side has just grown and grown. So that is what our main focus is today.
It's good to know, isn't it, the backdrop of this sort of company has also got racing at its heart.
Yes, definitely. Racing at its heart. We know what we're about, been there, done that sort of thing, and know what everybody needs to get them on track, to keep them safe. Like I say, the main reason we're here today is to promote the parts side of the business, which is growing, and we're really proud and really grateful that we are still here 35 years later.
That's amazing. Well done. Well done.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks, Mandy. And now let's bring Dominic in, because Dominic, we're talking about parts and safety, and there's this new regulation for 2022 that I know that you wanted to talk about as well. So tell us where we're at.
So basically, Motorsport UK have decided that all fire extinguisher systems have to be FIA from the start of next year. So anything brought after 2018 brought before 2018 might not be valid next year. So we're just trying to make sure people are aware and don't get caught out when a scrutineer looks in the car for the first time next year.
And presumably, luckily enough, if people do need to upgrade their parts to make them more compliant, you're here to help out.
We are indeed. So we're a Lifeline and a ProTrust supplier. ProTrust used to be SPA. We can service them and refill them on site, and we can give advice where needed. So we're more than happy to help in any way we can.
Fantastic stuff. So you have a presence here at the show. You're in Hall 3. But if anybody can't make it to the show to speak to you in person, I presume they can go to a website. What's the best way of contacting you and having these conversations?
So they can contact us through the website, which is mardigras.co.uk. There's a chat option on there, so they can have a chat with us during the week, and we'll be happy to help.
Presumably on the website you've got a list of all your parts as well.
Indeed we do, yes. So you can buy on the website as well. So we try and make it as easy as possible.
Dominic, thank you very much.
Not a problem. Thank you very much.
Isn't it nice when you go into a garage and a pit and they look absolutely spectacular, spotless and clean? Well, one company that create these environments is GDS Engineering. To tell us all about it, I've got their marketing director, Ryan Wood. Ryan, this is a beautiful setup you've got in here. It gives us an idea, really, an example of what you can put together.
Yeah, so GDS, we started creating seamless walling in the 90s. Our first customer was BAR Honda Formula One team. And since then, we've expanded the range. So we supply Formula One down to your grassroots motorsport, all the way down to the junior teams. We have two main products, which is our Maxi Premium walling, which you'll see here, which is an all-aluminium construction. Then we have a cheaper option, which is PVC. So that's targeted at your sort of smaller teams with a slightly lower budget. So the whole idea is to make it aesthetically pleasing. Motorsport is a sort of a brand-focused, sponsor-focused. How it looks is important. So we try and make it look as pleasing to the eye as possible, but also functional as well.
Yeah, I was going to say functional is a part of it, and you can see here the integrated cabinets. You've got the TV screens, but all wall mounted as well. So when you have people coming in to a garage and doing garage tours as well, you want it to look nice, so it looks good on Instagram as well.
Yeah, that's important. So we can fit pretty much any TV size. We can do things like logo lights and integrated lighting. Which is new for this year, which we've just introduced, which is totally integrated into the panel rather than a secondary attachment, which a lot of companies will do, is just stick it on and it kind of looks unsightly and ugly.
You also have this huge lighting rig overhead, which is great for when people are working directly on the cars underneath.
Yeah, that's the idea. So you can feed air directly into it. It's got power outputs, and it just keeps everything tidy, so your air's above you. You've not got cables running on the floor, and it lights the car, so it makes it easy to work on. You can see sort of everything.
Now, you mentioned some of the customers that you've worked with over the years, but who is really the main focus for a customer point?
So we also sell directly to teams from anything from Formula One, WEC, down to your Formula 2, Formula 3, and even lower sort of grassroots motorsport. Anyone who wants an attractive setup in their garage. British GT is a big customer of ours. We've got a lot of teams in British GT. So that's mainly our customer base. But also private customers we have who have a really nice setup in their own garage at home, who want nice flooring, want a pretty sort of display for their Lamborghini, their Ferrari, that sort of thing,
And I certainly know about the British GT because I present it, so I've seen your setups many times around the British GT, and they are spectacular. They do look really, really nice. And if you can't come to the show, it's in Hall 3, but if you can't see a setup in Hall 3 and you want to find out more, you've got quite an easy website to remember.
Yeah, gds.engineering, so it's nice and simple.
And on that, you presumably have everything that you offer.
Yeah, so flooring, light pods, walling, everything, accessories, things like that. So yeah.
And if somebody comes to you with an idea, they say that they want their garage set up, but they don't know what their budget's going to be. They can have conversations with you and work out what would really suit their needs.
Yes, so we've got standard products, your standard things, but we do completely bespoke things. If you've got a bigger budget, we can. If you come with an idea, we'll work with you to make it a reality. Yeah, absolutely.
Great stuff, Ryan. One more time, the website?
gds.engineering.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Well, it's not just cars racing around tracks at Motorsport Days Live, because upstairs there is the exhibition hall, and in here is we've got the V-Box Motorsports team here to tell us a little bit about their tech, and Rob Barnett's here. First of all, we know from your shirt Race Logic, we all know that, but tell us about V-Box and V-Box Motorsport.
Okay, well, as a company, Race Logic have been around since 1992. It's a UK-based company. We're literally just up the road in Buckingham. All the products are designed, manufactured, all in the UK, but it's a global brand. And V-Box Motorsport is one strand of what we do as a company. It's probably the one that's most visible, and certainly anyone in motorsport probably is aware of who we are. And yeah, we've just been branching out from there. More recently, we've added capabilities to be able to extract data from simulators. So anyone that's running Assetto Corsa, F1, all the way through to the current 2021 version, iRacing, Race Room, RFACT, all of that, we can take the data and you can analyse it in circuit tools exactly like you would if you were taking the HD2 footage from your car. And you can even compare sim data to your car, and there are various people now using that to try and hone the simulator models to be more representative of what they race in reality.
It's amazing, isn't it, how the sim world's really come into the physical world as well now, really. Now, with some of the boxes that you do, the lap timers, the rest of it, we're well used to kind of the add-ons that you can put onto the car to analyse what you're doing out on track, but you've got slight differences coming on now with being able to live stream with cameras.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think we were talking earlier that live streaming, as you're doing here, is really been on the up. You know, no longer do you need a big broadcast truck. It's putting that ability to get to a wide audience into the hands of people that previously would have been, just out of reach. One of the things that we've seen during lockdown, as you touched on, was sort of the increase in sim racing, but also we've seen the increase in live streaming. You know, with COVID restrictions, you can't have as many people on pit walls or in the garage at any one time. When we were here 2 years ago, we were talking about the fact that our system had the capability to live stream, but it was still very alien. Here we are 2 years on, and people are coming up to us and they're talking to us about the fact that they can do this. So whether you're live streaming using our HD2 system with the HDMI out, and whether you're live streaming that back to your engineers or your driver coach in the pits, or whether you're sending it on a private feed to friends and family or sponsors, or whether you're putting it onto social media for just for good content, really, we're seeing it an awful lot. And broadcasters are able to then cut that in as well. We've seen that with various championships in the UK, and also in the US. You've got the likes of Trans Am and the SVRA series, who are exclusively using our products to cut that in, and they're reaching audiences now in 67 countries around the world. And again, a couple of years ago, that just wasn't possible.
So it's a broadcaster's dream, really, to have the extra options that are provided almost by the driver and the team too, because it's already built into the car. But on top of all that, you have the streaming, you have the cameras that have that capability, but you also have the usual thing that we're used to with the telemetry analysis.
Yeah, absolutely. So all of our products are underpinned by our circuit tool software. People love that because they always tell us how easy it is to use. You don't need to be a data engineer to be able to get hands-on with it. But you know, adding the video to the data helps people understand those squiggly lines. You know, if you've ever seen a data output where it is just the data, sometimes that's a bit hard to fathom. People, it doesn't tell you things like, was there a yellow flag, or were you held up in traffic, or did you have a tow? And so just that extra cues can help you to understand and unpick what's going on, whether you're just doing it for yourself, or whether it's a driver coach, or whether you're trying to prove a point to an engineer, etc. I mean, one of the things that people do like about our system is the fact that you can have the twin cameras, both in high definition, so you can have one on the driver and see what the driver inputs are, as well as what's out the front of the car. But you've also got that graphic overlay as well, which you can customise. And if you are live streaming, that live streams as well. You can choose to turn the graphics off if you don't want to give anything away as to how fast you're going, or you can have it turned on and have your sponsors' logos on there.
Which is very nice, but as you say, it's great. It's a great tool to have the video capability that overlays onto the telemetry, or vice versa, so that you can really analyse what you're doing. Where are you on the track? Is there a reason why you're not quite getting where you need to? And you have that real-time feedback, which is great for a mentor or a driver coaching perspective.
Completely. You know, the number of times when people think they're maybe using the full width of the track, but when you go back and look at the data, they're maybe half a car width from the apex. You know, I think most racing drivers know whatever you lose on the apex, you lose 3 times that on the exit. So helping to find those little bits of extra lap time without actually going any faster. I know there's a coach in the US that sort of really rates the products, and he says it just helps you to go quicker with less risk, because you can go and analyse the data, you can see what's happening with the video, you can talk to your driver coach, you're not having to go out there and make silly mistakes in search of trying to go faster. You can just tidy up what you're doing.
There you go. So a box that you have all your telemetry on, you can have the video streaming to. If you want to put it on broadcast, send it back to the garage and more. It's got everything. If people can't come to the show to Hall 3 to speak to you directly, what's the best place they can go to find out?
They can either check us out on our website, just have a look at vboxmotorsport.co.uk, or we're very lucky to have a comprehensive network of distributors, and again, you can find those on the website if you wish.
Great stuff, Rob. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, I'm back outside in the cold and we've got cars going past on the track, as you can see right now. And I'm here with the man who really put this event together. He's also the director of events at Motorsport Network, but the brainchild behind Motorsport Days Live. It's Ben Wibley. Now, cars are flying behind. This is real sort of the meat and gravy of this event, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and it's great hit to be back at events. You know, the last few years has been tough for absolutely everybody. We wanted to make sure that we could deliver a successful event in the right environment where everybody felt safe. We've managed to do that. We've had record attendance, which is phenomenal for us in a very testing year at bringing events back to life. But yeah, we're thrilled to have the cars out on track, and looking at what we have is just everything from Enduro KA potential entry level into motorsport to the GT3, GT4s, Praga and so on. So a great event.
Yeah, variety is key, isn't it, really? You've got so many different types of car out on track, and just looking over the side, there's a Caterham just gone past. We've also got the GT4 as well, so for British GT. So many things are covered off here, but it's also the drivers, the championships, the exhibitors are all here.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, the whole idea of the event was to give somebody a experimental test drive in a race car. You can go to exhibitions, or you can read something in a magazine to understand what about the race car is. But when you drive it, when you get behind it, it changes everything in the dynamics of how you're thinking about the car. Can I be competitive in this? You want to ask more questions about it. That's what the garages are. So above the garages, we then have the exhibition. So everybody's selling all the services, providers that you might need, whether it's a trailer, a race suit, helmet, batteries, all of those suppliers in part of the chain, all the way down in motorsport, and that's what's crucial.
Now, we had the hiatus last year where it was all virtual. For you coming back to doing a physical event, I mean, this is only 3 years old now, this event, and yet it's really, really progressing.
Yeah, it is. I mean, events take normally about 4 years to grow, to really establish themselves and put a stamp on the calendar. So we always knew it wasn't going to be something that would turn around, instantly. But no, we last year we didn't want to take our foot off the gas, so we wanted to do something virtual. I think everybody at home they weren't. That's where they were. They weren't able to come out or anywhere else, so we wanted to kind of bring something to them, and that's what we managed to deliver. But yeah, the last nearly 2 years since we delivered the last show, this is fantastic, fantastic to be back. We're already planning next year. We've got a lot of new changes and people want to come on board. Nearly every garage is rebooked, so there's going to be a huge amount for people to get involved in 2022.
I've spoken to so many people, and it is a unique event because you have the static display events, of which I know you oversee, but this is totally different with the element on track.
Yeah, it really is, and again, it comes back to that try before you buy. Recently, we were acquired by the Motorsport Network, and as you said about my title and what my involvement is within the company, but now it's the stepping stones of how we can help people in motorsport. So, Motorsport Days Live is that try before you buy, helps people in that thinking time over winter when there's not a lot going on. You then come to the Autosport show. That's when the deals are done. That's when we want people to sign up for championships and really prepare themselves and kick off the season.
I think what's also been nice about this event is we've had a few launches and a few calendar reveals as well, so it's still really, really relevant.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the time of year is now. If you're probably finished your racing season, you're already thinking about next year. So this is that thinking period, which we kind of want to, again, that was the whole idea, was to fill that gap, so that when people over Christmas, they've already test driven their race car, they've got an idea of what they want to race, where their budgets are going, and then obviously when they fall into the new year, that's when they, again, come to the Autosport show, and everyone can kick off motorsport in January, ready for the following season.
Well, I think it's been a bit of a roaring success, this one, and you're looking fresh after 2 days, so it's not been too stressful for you as well.
Yeah, it's not been too bad. I mean, there's always learning curve in all of these things when running events. You think you've got everything confirmed and understood, and then everybody does something completely different when you come to events. But that's the nature of events. But no, it didn't rain. We had great record attendance. A real big thank you to all of my exhibitors, sponsors, the garages that took part today. over the 2 days, and also to the visitors as well for coming on board and booking their track slots and getting out there and doing what we want this event to be. So yeah, we're thrilled to bits, and obviously thank you to yourself and Alpha Live for being part of that. And yeah, we're obviously looking forward to next year.
What can I say? Thanks for having me along, Ben. Cheers.
No problem at all. Cheers.
Well, there you go. 2 days of fun out on track and networking upstairs in the exhibition hall. What a 2 days we've had for Motorsport Days Live 2021, and we hope to see you back here next year.